At least you had some kind of lunch. You had the sandwiches. No, it's fine. Okay, and as I think we are off now. Okay, I'm a bit confused. I don't know for sure what you're currently seeing live, but I see the qualification scores. So I think you can see them live now as well. Yeah, looks like it. So yeah, people ask for the qualification stuff and everything. No, I get it.
Okay. Oh, it's yeah.
Okay. So if you look at the qualification scores, we have Blue Scooty and DNV obviously at the top. Then we have Bergtroll, Macy, Mark, Fibor, Gunther, and Obedex in the top 8. Next in the top 16 we have Robin, now Shuichi, Yakutado, Eagle Knight, Qdex, Kanto, Richard Wolfie. Yeah, and after that we have Tony, Crespo, Tolstoy, Sivell, Pianov, Arden, Axodo, Twash, Speedsafe, Level 51, Marman, and Sandro. I hope I didn't butcher anyone's name too badly. If I did, then feel free to tell me.
Today it would be 1, 2, 3. Tomorrow you do 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Wait a second.
Mhm.
It has to be. Oh, okay. I did call the solution. The solution. How you have to do that. Hopefully they didn't hear it. Yes, they hear. Okay. I think he's making 10.
From what I've understood, we should have the full record prepared either now or soon. So depending on that, we can then see when everyone plays. At least when everyone starts playing, of course. After the first match, it could be like they're out, they're still in. Okay, and we have the bracket. Woo! Woo! So as you can see, we just had. Oh, we even have the rest of the bracket. Whoa! And can we still see the finals? I mean, there's nobody in the top quarter semifinals and finals, but we even have that. Woo! So as you can see, we have the full bracket now prepared. As you can see, Scooty and then we are only gonna play tomorrow in the top 8 onwards, which is quite late. So they have their full energy prepared for that. One more. Yes. And as you see, we have next up here on the main stage, Pianov against Sandro and Arden against Maman. It's gonna be the first non-French player with Arden. She comes from the lovely country of Italy. So yeah, I think the players are still enjoying their lunch break a bit. So let's see when they will be ready to play. Uh, okay. Hmm. Mhm, mhm. Nice to you, Gunther. Huh? I have to admit, you shouldn't really be able to hear Gunther much because he's doing other stuff at the moment. The, the commentary, which I see. The microphone stuff at the bottom is not set up. Okay, but no, it's Jakob from Germany. Here you can hear Gunther and the other French organizers are doing other stuff like the stream, for example, which means that I have the honor to commentate the CTWC France Regional tournament. Uh, Not Jakob with K, you with CO. It's the other German Jakob. It's kind of confusing because we have two of them. From Beef, it's are you so drunk or so tired? I should say I'm not drunk. I don't drink alcohol, which is true, but I'm really tired. But like a small, let's say, fun fact is I arrived here yesterday at the location at like around midnight, and we had to set up stream stuff and so on until like 4:30 a.m. and I went to bed at like 5 a.m. and woke up at like 7 a.m. to prepare even more. So yeah, all of us organizers are on every event pretty sleep deprived, but that doesn't really change anything because we have amazing players here. We have what? Okay, so there's something funny happened at Sandro's. Sandro should be number 28. Yeah, we don't know what that happened there, just some weird stuff. But yeah, if we I'm gonna put in some music. I now also have put on some music, so I hope the sound balance between my voice and the music is fine for you viewers. Because, you know, the music is always a bit nicer than when it's quiet. And yeah, audio is fine, that makes me happy to read. Okay. So if we take one more look at the first part of the workout, we can see that next up here on the main stage will be, or already getting ready, Arden against Maman. And then on the other side, Pianov against Sandro. Pianov and Sandro, where are you? Are you here? Are you still missing? Looks like Pianov and Sandro. I try to make a pronunciation, but it's probably completely butchered. Yeah. We are still waiting a bit for them. Yes, you probably have noticed there's a ton of French people here at the tournament. That's because we're here in France. But because this is a CTWC run, we have many more nationalities, like you can see here. With Arden, Crespo, Richard, and Tony, and later on, even more with, for example, Hyakudo, Shuichi, Mark, Blue Scooty, and Dan V. There's also some people here who are not playing and, for example, came from Dublin to be part of the CTWC France Regional. So yeah, this is a pretty international tournament, you could say.
What are you searching? Mister?
I can see the players being Arden and Marmon already warming up here and talking a bit. Lower seated.
With 15 and 18, and then with the rules, game. Between 15 or 18, you can choose and
Everything good? Oh. Then start the recording. I didn't think about that. Okay. I think the next match should be ready, and yes, it is ready. And here we have, first the minus. We have Arden and Mama. The names I think are a bit the other way around. No. So yeah. But we can see we have the first non-French and the first woman here at the CTWC France tournament. Let's see who of these can win the match and shows which country might be better here at Tetris. Now, of course, that's not completely true. Far too small sample size for that from Italy. There also are some friendly talk between French and Italian stuff. Earlier, like cuisine, for example. Okay. And no, they have yet to start the match as far as I know. Or did they start the match? Okay. So apparently we can start the match whenever the players are ready. We have to do the seat and everything. This was just the warm-up. And they're now inputting the seats, so it should only take a couple of seconds until we are ready to go here with the next match. And it looks like the seat is input, the starting level is decided, the thumbs I think they are ready. The players are ready. The players seem to be ready. So let's start the next game here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The first two pieces were placed the same, and now there's differences. Let's see if Arden or Maman has the better placement ideas here. So far, I would say they're pretty equal. Arden had to burn a single, whereas Maman so far also had to burn a single, so it's pretty similar. We have small drought incoming, I'd say. There's the long buff for Arden, just as the drought counter appeared in Tetris for Maman as well. Only 1.5k between the two players. Next Tetris here for Arden. Maman not Tetris ready. And we can see that Arden is pushing down and is already hitting the piece sequence. When Quash did that earlier, that didn't work out as nice as he hoped it. But let's see if Arden can show us that push down points are a valid strategy. Next Tetris for both of them, and it's currently about a 1 Tetris lead here for Arden at 60k against 78k. See if Arden can keep up the lead until the transition here. Maybe even build upon it. Next Tetris for her and Maman with an early shift of the O piece. That's not really good for the stack, and that might actually be their top out here. Yeah, that looks pretty rough. Just nothing here for the LJ dependency, and that's the top out for Maman and the 1-0 for Arden. One over Arden, and we're now preparing the second seed. You can just receive. Action? Yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. Oh. That's a really nice adjustment. Okay, didn't know that. And Arden wants to do a level 18 start, and looks like we have level 18 up next. Are the players ready? Yeah. They are ready, so let's start the next game here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The crowd is ready to rumble here. They are already excited for this amazing match between these two players. Arden with a couple of small overhang of the red Z piece there might be on purpose. Might not have been. Can't see in her mind. But the stack is mostly good. She is only 17,000 points here behind Maman, so it was a mistake. It wasn't a too big one. Next set was for both of them. And let's see if Maman can keep their stack under control a bit longer than last game. That was over faster than we hoped it to be for them. The next set was here for Maman. Arden now in a bit of trouble. And again an overshift of the red blue SPC, and that's maybe it. She needs really good pieces to dig out of this. LJ dependency on Kadam 2 doesn't get the longbow, but that's the top out for Arden. And Maman with the 1-1. 1-1 for Maman.
Dans 4 ans. Non, t'as raison, parce que les finales vont être très longues. T'as raison.
So we can see level 15 was
Ah,
a bit easier, but 18 maybe not the best choice because both players they couldn't control that well, but Arden definitely lacked the desk control on the 18 start. But the players, I don't know if they're currently discussing the starting level or if they've already decided on it.
ready.
They're ready? Okay, so let's start the next game here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The players are ready, and this time Maman has decided to go for level 18 again. Probably hoping that after the last level 18 start from Arden, that she will do something similar again and that they can win their second game and make it a 2-1. And Tetris for both of them. I have about 1 Tetris lead here for Arden. And Mama needing to burn a couple of lines there. I think that was only 2, so nothing major. Maman and Arden both waiting here for the longbar. Longbar and Tetris for both of them. Neither currently Tetris ready. And Tetris for Maman was there. Next Tetris here for both of them. Small longbar dependency for Maman, fixed it real quick. And we have about half a single lead here for Maman, so it's neck and neck. Tetris for Maman, Tetris for Arden. Neither of them having much of a lead here. Sometimes it's like 1,000 points. But this is the 18 you want to see. Lots of Tetrises, really close. Looks like Arden just had to warm up a bit earlier. Next Tetris here for Maman. Arden here now in a bit of... Both players in a bit of needing build up for the Tetris. Arden needs to get clean. Maman seems to go for the dirty Tetris, but no, their stack doesn't allow that. That's close to the top out, and the top out for Maman. And you need 165. 165 to win. But that should not be too hard. Should only take a couple of more lines here. And that was an early shift of the red SPs, but it's only like 9,000, 8,000 points, something like that. So not much longer. It's 9, 8, 6. And there's another triple, and it's now same points! You need some pushdown! A single pushdown point! Woo! And there's the pushdown for Arden and the 2-1. You know. It also looks like we have some sound issues, maybe. We don't get the desktop audio anymore. That's interesting. I will try to maybe fix that.
Because they are maybe they're using VS Studio.
Maybe because you have muted the audio.
No. Go this.
No, you have muted the audio. That causes it. When you mute this desktop audio, OBS can capture the audio.
Oh.
And now we have the sound. Wait a second. We have the sound again. And it's now match point for Arden here. Players, are you ready? There's the ready to start the match point in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Again, Devil. 18 start.
One push on.
There's the pushdown for Arden. Arden already massively in the lead, having an infinite amount and percent more points than Maman. And there's the Tetris for Arden. And Maman still waiting for their first CTWC, having a bit of stack, but that's not much possible. Next CTWC here for Arden. Arden now 2 CTWCs ahead of Maman. And let's see, she can increase the lead in this beautiful match. Simul Tetris. And next Tetris for Arden. Yeah, and another Simul Tetris here. So the player is really trying to go for as many Tetrises as they can. And both players should be Tetris ready. Yeah, Tetris readiness for Maman, waiting for the long bar. The long bar should come any time, hopefully, but we have a small drought here, 16. The only 16 pieces, Tetris for Maman. Arden not Tetris ready with the long bar. And also not Tetris ready with the next one. That is a bit troubling now, because that was a bit of points that Maman could catch up with. But yeah, it's not really much lead anymore here. 25k ahead for Arden. Only next set is here for Arden. Maman now falling behind a bit. Morgan. It's now about 2 Tetrises, but there's the next long bar Tetris for Maman. Arden here. 3 lines behind Maman, so it's all in all, it's probably like a 2 Tetris lead here for Arden. And Simul Tetris, 28,000. Now with the same points here, lead for Arden. So nice, comfortable early lead here for Arden. We're only 45 lines into the game, and it's nothing decided yet. Oh, and the long bar didn't go over for Arden, but gets the next red LPs over. And the Tetris here for Arden. Arden now long bar dependent. Could of course turn that theoretically into a dirty Tetris, but decides against that.
Okay.
And Arden now in off trouble. She needs something for the middle, and the long bar doesn't come. That's the top out for Arden, and Mama needs about 9,000 points more. Gets the long bar over, gets the Tetris, and that's the 2-2. And with that, we have a decider. Can I? And we now have the 2-2, the decider between Arden and Maman. Will they go for 18 again, or will they go for the bit safer level 15 choice? We will see that once I get the players ready. Looks like are you ready, players? They are ready, so let's start the match. The decider in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. It's now all or nothing here in this game. Whoever wins will advance to the next round, and whoever loses is out of the tournament. So the pressure is higher than ever before for these two. Next set is here for both of them. Simul Tetris nearly a single difference. More played here by Maman. Both waiting for the long bar. Tetris for Arden. Which means that we have about a 1 Tetris lead here for Arden. Triple for Maman and Tetris for Arden. Maman not really able to get any points here with their board. It's a bit rough. Long dependency in the left that they just closed with the red high piece. And yeah, now there's the drought. 17 pieces. Maman's board slowly falling apart, but they seem to have fought up on it. No, and that was the misplacement of the red L piece, and that's the top out for Maman, and it's now 3-2 for Arden. And Arden advances to the round of, I think it's 24, so GG's Arden and Maman. Yeah, this, and just switch to the bracket. We go over to the bracket real quick. We should be... The OBS is over here.
Oh.
I don't know why you did that. And if we take a quick look at the bracket any second now, we can see that once the quartercourse has been entered, we can see that Arden is gonna play next against Tolst on the round 2. But here the next match or maybe matches, depends on if Pianov, Sandro, Axodo, Larry, if they're here. If all of them are here in location, then maybe we can get 2 matches at once. Otherwise, we will have to do one at a time. I think we are currently looking for Axodo and Larry a bit. I see Larry. Do you know where Axodo is? Do you know where Axodo is?
No.
Oh, you're over there. Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
He's not absent.
Yeah, no. Then we need Pianov and Sandro optimally. You by chance know where Pianov and Sandro are?
What is it?
Pianov and Sandro.
Absolutely not. I have no idea.
Okay.
I can think I saw piano, but so true.
Okay. I don't know where they are. Okay. We have Axodo and Larry here at the setup, so we could theoretically just do that match. I think we have also Pianov and Sandro. Pianov and Sandro? Yeah, perfect. So we have both layers here. So now, oh, we have to. I killed the webcam accidentally. Where did that come from? Hey, but. Oh, and the webcam is back up, perfect. Just like 5 seconds to open a webcam. You can live with that. I've seen worse before. We now have to do the hearts and everything. I completely forgot that. And now we also have the next match prepared. As you can see, next matches we have Axodo against Larry and Pianov against Sandro. I hope that I have input all of the player names correctly, but what I can see it looks good to me. And thanks to Bergtroll for uploading the qual scores and bracket. So, let's see if these players can advance to the next round. Let's also see the level choices here. Soon up here at the CTWC France Regional 2024 tournament. Should just take a couple of time here for the players to warm up. I would love to be able to tell you much more about these players, but I'm not that deep in the French scene, sadly.
Ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, and we can just go whenever the players are ready to start the matches. We should not really have any time pressure. It's only like 4:10 and we are nearly a third through the amount of matches that we want to play, because we want to play the first 3 rounds. Though of course the beginning is a bit faster because the players generally top out earlier. Louder the music?
Louder.
So music quieter? That was a bit too quiet. Okay, I can do it like this, and otherwise I will have to... Okay, I have done some music adjustments because I just got the feedback that it's too loud, so I hope that the sound balancing is a bit nicer now. Okay, are the players ready to play? I got thumbs from this side. How about Sandro against Piano? Are you ready to play?
For 30 seconds, they need to pick a seat.
I mean, of course, there's seat stuff and everything, but you know, the are you ready to play is about can we do seats and everything. Sound is now not good? Sound is good now? Perfect. Okay, so let's see who of these will advance to the next round. Okay, so it looks like the first match has prepared the seat. The second match also looks like the seat is prepared. Yup, so players, please give me a sign when you are ready to play, then we can start the matches here. I got the yes from one match and the other match, so let's start the countdown here. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The upper match has started, the lower match has started. Let's see who has the better placement. I would say currently Piernov in a bit of worse state of a board. Simply because of a couple of early misdrops, but that was so early on. That is truly fixable here for a pro player like him. And there we have the Tetrises for Axado against Larry. I can see level 50 in the upper match and level 18 in the lower match. And we now see Sandro in a lot of trouble. He needs long bar, he doesn't get the long bar in time. That's the top out for Sandro. And Pianov, you need 23,000 points. So you are not safe currently. You need about 15, now 13k more points. In the upper game, next Tetris here for Axado. And Tetris for Larry. That was only a triple. Which means that now Axado here in the small lead of about 11,000 points is neck and neck. In the lower game, 1.5, one single more, and you have won the first game, Pianov. And that's the 1-0 here for Pianov. So Pianov, you can now safely top out. You have won the game. The upper match, we have about a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Axado. Next Tetris here for Larry, so it's neck and neck. Next Tetris for Axado. Both players so far clean. Small burn here for Axado, but nothing that should be any issue at all. Especially because we should rather take a single burn than top out. Pianov and Sandro ready to play? I think that's a yes, so let's start the next game in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, so someone just asked for the bracket in the chat, so Bergtroll, could you post the bracket again? I tried to tell the person who has the stuff for the bracket that he should post it again. We don't have the Nightbot set up, sadly, but we have that somewhere. I just don't know the links. Purple, you see it in chat history. Next triple here for Axado. Axado currently comfortable in the lead. It's about a 48k lead here for Axado. Next Tetris for him, and next Tetris for Larry. It's 207 against 160, about halfway through level 15. So he could potentially get a 400k transition. I didn't really pay attention to the lower match. I think that's the top out and the 2-0 for Pianov. Am I correct? Yeah, that sounds about right to me. It looks about right to me. So, I apologize that I didn't pay enough attention to that, and that's the 2-0 here for Pianov. And that could soon be it for Sandro. Or maybe he is just building up attention for the reverse sweep. I'm in the upper game. Next Tetris here for Axado. And it's now a comfortable lead here for him. It's point was about 2 Tetrises. He also has played about a Tetris less in lines. So it's about a 3 Tetris lead here for Axado. Can I help you? Okay. So, Pianov and Sandro ready? Yes, we can. They have decided to do a level 15 start, which is, as far as I know, totally fine. So, level 15 start for Pianov and Sandro. Ready to go? So, let's start the match point in the lower game match here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The upper match, the lead for Axado, feeling is slowly but surely increasing. The lower game matches, which I'm gonna focus a bit on more now, just to make sure that I don't miss when something crucial happens. LJ dependency here for Sandro gets the LPs and decides to flip it in a way that makes it more burn and dig heavy. That's probably not the best decision here. It looks like a missed drop. Maybe like an attempted triple flip that he missed? That could be. He doesn't really triple flip. And I'm gonna pay attention if he potentially triple flips. I haven't seen that before, but it's the most logical explanation to me. Anyways, both players in the lower match pretty high. Axado has just transitioned to level 16 and is about 70k ahead. And that's the top tier for Sandro after a couple of missteps of the green LPs. Again, looks like a misspin that was, and then just didn't really get anything on top. And that's already the sweep 3-0 for Pianov. So, Pianov here now the winner. We're gonna use this nice for a second while I try to find the correct scene to watch Axel against Larry properly. I'm having small issues with the correct scene, but we have about 1,500 points that Larry needs to get to win the first game, and that's the triple and the 1-0 for Larry. Okay. Yes, and we should know the correct scenes, so let's start the game in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! And yep, it looks good to me. Pretty fast push on points for Larry that turned into a small misdrop and a hole in his deck. He now needs a longbow to fix that. And the longbow sometimes really takes a long time. We had like a 30 plus drought earlier today, but it's only a 13 drought, so not really anything to worry about. Next and first Tetris here for Axado with that about a 3/4 Tetris ahead. Larry building up a bit of a mess here. Gets a longbow for a nice triple here. And Tetris for Axado. Axado again here in the lead, but we saw earlier he was in the lead like by 3 Tetris or so. And in the end, Larry still won because the points that you make on level 18 are just worth so much more. Both players now Tetris ready, and Larry and column 6. That should be next Tetris here for Larry, and with next I of course mean first. Axado not being able to use the longbow, and there's longbow and Tetris for Axado. Larry about a Tetris behind Axado. Next Tetris for Axado, and the lead is slowly but surely increasing. And Larry's board. And the center well not really accommodating all the pieces as nicely as you want them to, and now not even the longbow to close the well one piece before. And that means that Axado's lead will just increase. Next set is for Axado. Larry in a bit of trouble now. Misdrops the blue S piece, and that's the top on for Larry and the 1-1. It's now 1-1 between the two. So let's see who can win the next game and put more pressure on the opponent with a match point. It looks like the players are getting hyped. Actually, even showing his cute shirt here on stream. It seems to be Bubble, I think it is. Or Bubble, something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but yeah, showing his really nice shirt. So let's see which shirt is nicer and can win the next game here. Are you ready? That sounds like a yes. So 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I mean, honestly, if you had a different angle, these players would look pretty, like... I'm not gonna say similar, but like... I mean, you look pretty. But I also meant that you also look like kind of similar, long hair, nice shirt. So, it's a good question. Who of you has the better drip? I heard earlier that Larry was here for the drip battle, so I hope that he can afterwards stand up and be like, I have the better drip. No matter the result of the match. Okay, let's see. First Tetris in favor of Larry. He's played one more Tetris, so... not much of point difference that way. Depends a bit on the next long one. Looks like it's a small route. Tetris for Axolo, Tetris for Larry. And again, the 17,000 point lead here for Larry. Axolo being clean, Larry being clean. So really both players just waiting for longer, I wanted to say, but there was an early shift from Larry here of the green SPs. Larry near the open again. Axuro needs 2 more singles to be open. Couldn't use the longbar for Tetris. Can't use the next longbar for Tetris. Now it's an LJ and longbar dependency. Decides to turn the LJ dependency to just an L dependency. Gets the L, doesn't get the L, and puts the OPs over the longbar well. The next longbar doesn't go in. That's the top order, and the 2-1 for Larry. It's now 2-1 for Larry. And with that, the match point here for Larry. Can he do it? Oh well, Axuro strike back and win the next 2 games. There's also, of course, the other option that you have to decide and Larry wins, so... Are the players ready to show us the result of the match point? I heard a yeah. That sounds good to me, so let's start the game in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Both players have started, neither of them going for push-down points. Just as I said that Axuro going for the push-down strat. And the small miss of an OPs from Larry next longbar also didn't really know how to place it. Spin it a couple of times too often, which means that he now needs some nice burns. Then nearly missed up the blue LPs, the SPs, and doesn't get the green SPs over. That's it for Larry. Larry just gives up. He might have been able to burn a couple of lines there, but no. Larry says that's it, and it's a decider. We now have a decider between Axuro and Larry. There's the 25th bump to show that they are, let's say, brothers in Tetris. Both want to show their best Tetris skills here today. And players are ready. They can do so in the next game. The decider in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Early shift here from Larry that turns this deck a bit ugly. Kinda feels like after the first game it was really good. He kinda lost his concentration. I didn't really watch him close enough during qualification to like actually be able to save that huge factor for him. But it definitely does feel a bit like that. First status here for Axodo. Larry burning and digging a bit. Yeah, after we have finished this match, we are already over with the first round, the round of 24, and then we know the next matches soon. We currently have about 2 Tetris and some change lead here for Axodo. Larry not really being able to go for the Tetrises, and I don't see that changing that fast on seeing how his board develops. That looks a bit tough. He needs a number for the left side. He gets the LPs. On the next LPs, he didn't really know what to do with it, and that's looking pretty tough for him here. 2 nice singles. Does he get the longbar over? He doesn't get the longbar over. He lost death. That's the top out for Larry. And Axodo wins and advances to the top 24. If the commentator came, I would switch to it, but wow, what a first round. We had like everything. We had like 2 deciders, we had a sweep, we had like everything. So I'm pretty happy about the results here of the first round. We just have to update the spreadsheet. I can try to update the spreadsheet. Okay, this is gonna be really interesting because I haven't worked with the spreadsheet that we used before. So I'm gonna say it's about a 50-50 chance of me doing it properly. So that's about me screwing up the match sheet. Feel free to do them now. Okay, so it was.
Yeah, because the
And whew, looks like I made that correct. Perfect. We now have the results of the first round, the round 1 or round 28. You can see them here. And that means we have the first players for the round 2. All players. And it's gonna be Tony against Speedself, Sivell against Piernov, Toyster against Arden, and Crespo against Axodo. We have seen half of these players before, and the other half will join in this round. As you might have heard, Siva is one of the people who has been the organizer here, has been doing a ton of tech stuff, so thanks to Siva for organizing the tournament. And yep, so next up we will have I mean, people just being around. I think it's Scooty. I don't really see it from here. Otherwise, I would call the next players, but I don't feel like they are listening to me. So, hello. Okay, I need a louder voice. Okay. It's a voluntary break, you know. The players, I think they're here. They can see that they are up next. Up next would be Tony against Speedself and Sivell against Pianov here. The mouse is over here. It's on this screen.
oh, okay.
I don't care. Kannst du die Namen? Can you do the names maybe? Oh no, you're playing. I'm gonna do the names. It's gonna be fine. Okay, so doesn't matter. Just sit down next to Tony. Sivell, do you remember where Sandro sat earlier?
Where what?
Do you remember where Pianov and Sandro sat? Because I don't want to change them. So just sit down where Sandro sat earlier.
Oh, I don't remember.
Sandro said where you define player 4 to be.
I counterclockwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know how you did it. You did it.
So it would be.
So I assume that everyone is currently set up. And I completely made the names in the incorrect order. Perfect.
Tony splits just like on the other console. Thanks. Can you turn off ocean feed?
What?
Can you turn off phone mode now?
I just turn it off. Yeah, I don't really mind. Either way. That's a have to cancel the game over here. Stuff. Okay. Now we can see Tony against Pizzev in the upper match and Pianov against Sivel in the lower match.
And I'm gonna prepare the matches on the other stream.
Okay.
We are gonna have the 4 matches at once.
Mhm.
So who do we have? Sibel and Piano.
No, Tolz against Arden and Crespo against Axodo.
No, I mean here.
Yeah, oh, here we have Tony and Speedsev and Sivel against Piano.
Exodo and Crest. But still in Arden.
Over at Classic Tetris 2, we will start the matches on the second stream, being Tolz against Arden and Crespo against Axodo. Or Crespo, I don't speak Spanish. Oh, and yes, we are planning to play up to round 3 today.
What? Toujours.
You need my phone for the webcam again, I remember.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's framing of
Yeah, have fun if you want to try.
But
It's not my computer.
oh, okay. Yeah, because is this the one framing? Oh, then no, come. If I were to win, no, we're doing so. You bring the camera.
Just your time, let's go. You must have start. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I had to do some tech stuff for the other stream, and I'm now trying to do some webcam stuff. I have to get through here. Okay, so we are trying to do the second stream, and while we are setting up. Oh, that's actually a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
And we're also like improving this a bit while Gunter's what the.
So this the camera is maybe too close. If we can place it like
I have no idea.
Ou alors une autre manette que je vais prendre. Quelqu'un peut me prêter une manette. Oh. C'est plus chiant à régler. Et là, on peut ressembler
Ah, ok, je fais ça.
Ah oui, donc les tout là, facilement en fait. On va faire une voix parce qu'il y a le faire pour le stress. Ah, dat was het mij al sentiment. Je bent al gewend, je noemt ook zo'n bestaan. Nee, du coup, je tape au 25 en moyenne. Moi, je fais ce qu'on appelle un fondant. Je prends
Voilà. Bah, en gros, ce que je réalise, c'est que je vais appeler parce que ça, ouais, c'est vrai que l'idée est vraiment de faire un peu de tu veux dire avec la mention, c'est d'accord, c'est les ça c'est ouais, c'est différent. Ouais, une fois qu'on chose, bon, bah, on arrive à la moyenne, c'est quelqu'un qui a fait n'importe quoi, qui sont deux, pourquoi. Par contre, on fait les matières, je vais savoir plein de dessus, quoi. C'est pas ça, ça me fait croire. C'est pas bien la chose. Bon, je sais pas, c'est même plus le c'est c'est vrai. C'est bon, la moyenne. Par exemple, là, t'as comme ça. Et ensuite, c'est la moyenne.
Let's go.
Okay, so we had issues we couldn't fix about this about the webcam in the secondary stream. So sorry for the delay, but we have decided to just start the games now, even if we only have one stream with webcams, but that's better than waiting much longer. So sorry for the delay. We are now up and running here on CTWC France Qualifier 2024. And we are kind of like just waiting for the second stream to give me. You have webcams are fine. Okay, good. Okay, so we are looking for the second stream for them to be ready to go. And once they are also ready to go, we can start the match. So, I mean, they are now everyone is up. They could play for like 10 minutes. If they're not warmed up for playing, then I don't know when they could ever be warmed up. So, I would kind of like just say, hope that you have enjoyed the first round of the CTWC France regional, and I see that Tony is going for the width, doesn't get the long bar. Well, technically even the delayed widths, and delayed widths is always a bit dangerous. So I would just say everyone here on this stream seems to be ready. They are inputting the seed stuff. So they are doing the seed.
Is it for the other channel?
We are nothing. We're just waiting for the readies.
I don't know, but like, when it's going to be a single stream, right?
There's 2 streams
Where's the other one?
over there.
Oh, okay, good. I checked.
No commentary, no webcams. You can commentate over there if you want. That would be great. Okay, so we just had a short update about how to play the matches. Other than that, is everyone on both streams ready? Okay, ready? Ready? Not ready. Ready? So I think everyone is ready. Then let's start the countdowns. Let's go with the matches. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Okay, and we have just started the matches, as you probably got here. I hope that wasn't any kind of earrape. I was just trying to get some kind of voice over to the other side of the room, which is always fun when everyone is talking at the same time, as you know. Maybe we have some slowdowns due to internet-related issues, but it looks like everything should be fine. Yeah, this looks really good. Everyone has started. We still have level 15 starts here. Earlier we saw Speedself and Pierrov. I think we also saw Tony qualify on stream. The only kinda new person here is Sivel, who has, as I said, done stuff here for the tech side of CTWC France. Let's see if Sivel can show us that a tech guy can also win Tetris games. So far it does look like it. He has a pretty nice lead against Piernov. Whereas in the upper game it's a bit more neck and neck. Both players have gotten a couple of Tetrises. It's only half a Tetris difference. In the lower game it's about a 2 Tetris lead here currently for Sivel. Piernov in a bit of trouble. He got the wrong LJ piece and OP's misplacement. That could be it. That looks pretty dangerous for Piernov and Sivel. Maybe also Piernov chopped out, so Sivel, you have won your game. Feel free to top out. In the upper match, we currently have about a 2 Tetris lead here for Tony, including the 9 differences. Which means that we have a nice early lead here for Tony, whereas Speedself having to fight a bit more with his deck than Tony has to. No, are you ready? No, are you ready? Yes. And Piernov against Sivel are ready to play, so let's start their game. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Speedself in a bit of trouble that doesn't get the OPs over, was too high, and that's the top out for Speedself. Guess we could have read it for a simul start, but you never know. So Tony, you have won, you can safely top out. It is now 1-0 for you. And with that, their seats should automatically increment. And once there, we can also start their game. And it looks like they've decided to do a level 8 instead of see it correctly. Tony and Speedself, you're ready. Perfect. Both of them are ready. So let's start the next game here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tony and Speedself have started. Let's see what they can do here in level 18. Jenny would always say if you already struck on 15, 18 might not be the best choice. But at least Tony is really used to the fast Game Boy Tetris speed. So maybe fast 18 is just much more comfortable to him compared to 15 speed. So far it looks like both players can manage this quite nicely. Both got 2 Tetrises exactly, no push down, no nothing. It's neck and neck, same points, same lines here, 8 lines deep. And another simul Tetris here, so 3 lines deep and both perfect. In the lower game we have a small lead of about a single here for Sivel, who also pushes down. But that's no lead at all. Now we've got a Tetris lead here thanks to a Tetris he got that Piernov didn't get. The Tetris lead here is currently for Sivel. In the upper game is a small lead now for Speedself, but it's neck and neck. And Tony being a bit high here, got the incorrect S piece, and this looks really troublesome. Doesn't get the T piece over, and that's the top out for Tony and the 1-1 for Speed Self. And I would say we will just wait for the lower game to also finish. It's about a 4,000 point lead currently for Sivell. Both players having so far pretty nice tech. We are roughly 49s deep. So about halfway here through level 15. Having a drought of 26, 27, 28 pieces. Let's see how bad this drought will be, how long. The longest we saw already was like 35, and that's still the longest. This was only a 32-piece drought, and was handled pretty nicely here by both of them. Sivell being a bit lower than Pianov. Pianov wanting to get Tetris here soon, and gets Lomba, gets the Tetris here simul Tetris. Sivell now having a small S-piece overhang here. And next Tetris here for Sivell. Yeah, 69s in. Both players clean. About a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Sivell. Next double for Sivell. Next Tetris for Pianov. Pianov catching up a bit. If you look at the lines, we can actually see that while the point lead here is in favor of, or was in favor of Sivell, the line and pace lead, that's actually slightly in favor of Pianov with like half a Tetris. Next Tetris for Sivell, double for Pianov. And now Sivell with a long body dependency that he could theoretically turn into a Tetris, but that decides to early push the blue piece and is now in the small situation we love to call digging. TP set up here for Sivell. Sivell waiting for the T-piece. Does the T-piece come in time? No, it does not come in time, and they're now getting higher on Sivell's side. That
Simon starts doch nicer. Ja, und?
Sivell probably could go for it, yeah, but he's staying alive. And he's slowly getting higher here.
Um was geht's? Ja.
Yeah, and that's the big misstep here for Sivell. Sivell tops out, and that's the 1-1 for Pianov. So, in both matches, you know, for 1-1. This is getting, yeah, quite exciting here. Already got a couple of one sweep, and now it's really looks like we should have close matches all the way. At least here on stream 1. Stream 2 surely is similar. Players, are you ready for the simul start here? I get the thumbs, so let's go. Next game in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And everyone has started the game. First push on points here for Speed-Self and Pianov. So Speed-Self and Pianov splitting the lead, but Tony also going for the pushdown points, and so of course Sivell. So the battle of pushdown has begun. Now the most pushdown points were for Sivell. Sivell also getting the first Tetris, and everyone now has exactly one Tetris and some pushdown points. Nobody had to burn a line. And we also have 15 from both sides, so a bit slower between Tony and Speed-Self, but the same between Pianov and Sivell. Next Tetris here for Speed-Self. Tony not being able to go for the Tetris here, having a bit of troublesome stack. The lower game, next Tetris here for Pianov. Pianov now one Tetris in the lead. Sivell missing the T-spin, getting the long one to a Tetris. In the upper game, Tony's board slowly getting a bit more dirty, bit more... I mean, he's actually managing it. I was like getting a bit more hilly, but no. Just also want to say something about that. The reverse jinx happened. And Tony looks like he can nicely dig out of this. The lower game... Yeah, and Speed-Self having about a 2.5 Tetris, now a 3.5 Tetris lead here against Tony. And the lower game about half a Tetris lead for Pianov, so it's neck and neck. But again, if you look at the lines, it's not as neck and neck as the points make seem it, because Sivell has played over Tetris more than Pianov, so Pianov having about a 3 Tetris lead here in pace. In the upper game, Tony wants to get closer to speed save. Tony open and Tetris ready. Gets the next Tetris here, but speed save got his own just a couple of seconds earlier. It's about a 4.5 Tetris lead here for speed save. In the lower game, it's less than half Tetris lead. Next Tetris here for Pianov. Sivell. Not Tetris ready. As an LJ dependency, gets the L piece and now needs a J piece. Next Tetris for Sivell. And it's a 1.5 Tetris lead for Pianov. Next Tetris for Tony. Down to a 3.5 Tetris lead here. In the lower game, Sivell is struggling a bit more. He gets the dirty Tetris for Sivell. That was a 5-high dirty Tetris. Quite nice. In the upper game, Tony not having the nicest tech ever, but that was a nice T into long bar, and now his tech looks really nice and open again. But it's nearly a 100,000 point lead here for speed save. It's 116 against 213 in the upper game. And in the lower game, between Pianov and Sivell, it's 196 against 156. About a 40,000 point lead here for Pianov, who just got a Tetris, so it's up to a 60,000 point lead. Both are about halfway here through level 15. And now Pianov here needing to burn a couple of lines is near the open again. Sivell also needs to burn a couple of lines. Sivell's spot looking a bit less nice to burn than Pianov's spot, who is already open again and can go for the next Tetris. In the upper game, the lead is down to less than 80,000 points. Tony Tetris ready, gets the long bar, gets the Tetris. Speeds self. Now Tetris ready, gets the long bar, gets the Tetris. Next Tetris also for Sivell. Lead is down to less than 40,000 points between them, so maybe Sivell can catch up to the level 18 transition and maybe even overtake Pianov in the upper game. The lead is now down to less than 60,000 points. Next set is for Tony. Lead is down to 45,000 points. Speed save, still needing to burn a couple of lines before he can play safe. Has a long bar dependency. Decides to put the long bar in column 1 instead and now has a different burn setup. And the lead down to 30,000 points. 1.5 Tetris is here for Tony that he has to catch up. In the lower game between Pianov and Sivell, it's about a 2.5 Tetris lead now. The lead grew a bit again. Upper game, speed save having a bit of burning and digging to do. He just can't get the points that he wants to get, which means that Tony's only half a Tetris behind speed save. It's neck and neck, and soon Tony will overtake speed save. Speed save not Tetris ready. Tony is now Tetris ready, gets the long bar. Now Tony in the lead against speed save. It's about a 5,000 point lead here for Tony. In the lower game, Sivell not Tetris ready, goes on the 1 high left side. Pianov Tetris ready, goes for the standard well. And transition for Sivell at 246. Pianov still 10 lines behind that. Was 246 for Sivell. Sivell now has the first move to level 18 speed. That could be it. Doesn't get the next S piece over, and I think that's it here for Sivell. Can he burn out of this? No, he can't, and that's the 2-1 for Pianov. Pianov being 2-1 against Sivell. In the upper game, we have about a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Tony in the level 18 speed. The board for speed save still not really looking that good, but one long bar and he could be in a nice state. He doesn't get the long bar on time. Tony also high and closed. So can speed save get out of this? Can speed save get the long bar that he needs? He gets the long bar. Really nice. Tony high. Tony still into this. Tony having some nice burns. And still a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Tony. Here, speed save doesn't get the long bar over. That's the top out for speed save, and it's 2-1 for Tony. So in both matches, the left player on the field here has the advantage. Tony and Pianov. Everything good?
Yeah, do you have an example of the
I don't. Okay, so we are now in the match point situation for both matches here. Let's see, the thumbs, so I guess we can start the match. Let's go. In 3, 2, 1, match point. Can we see the end of 2 matches here? Or will both continue? Or will only one? And there are these options. Let's see which one will become true. First Tetris here for Tony. Tony in the lead. Next set is for Speed Save. Now it's about a one single lead here for Speed Save. In the lower game, nobody got a Tetris. The stack looks a bit nicer for Sivell, but Piaf is also totally fine. Next set was, first set was exactly here for Sivell. Sivell now one Tetris ahead of Pianov. The upper game, next set was here for Speed Save. Speed Save indeed 2 Tetris ahead. Next set was for Tony. Tony with 2 small misdrops here, which is gonna cost him a bit of pace. And I don't know if he wanted to place that blue S piece there. It looked intentional to me. In the lower game, now Sivell half a Tetris in the lead against Pianov. The upper game, Speed Save and quite a lot of trouble. He needs something for the left side. He doesn't burn a single, he doesn't burn a single, he doesn't burn a single. And that's it for Speed Save. Tony, half a Tetris, you need 60k, you need 60k points. You still have to be in this to potentially win this match. In the lower game, it's still half a Tetris lead for Sivell. Neither of them can go for the Tetris. That's the Tetris for Tony. And Tony wins against Speed Save. So Tony is now the winner here. I go here. Okay. I can't easily set up the scene for the lower match, so we will enjoy this for So let's see. Pianov now bought a Tetris in the lead. Sivell in a not trouble per se, but not the nicest board. And Pianov here being able to go for the Tetrises and is just waiting for the long bar. There's the long bar for Pianov. Pianov now 30,000 points ahead of Sivell. Sivell waiting for the long bar here. Sivell now in trouble. He needs something to dig out of this. He misplaces the T-piece, he overshifts the long bar. That's not about for Sivell. And the 3-1 for Pianov. We have to quickly give the scores to the players. So it was 3-1 for Tony. And it's also 3-1 for Pianov. And if we now take a look at the bracket, where the heck is the bracket? Here's the bracket. I found the bracket. We can look at the bracket and we can see that our matches are finished. The matches over there at Classic Tetris 2 are apparently not yet finished. I can see that there's some stuff happening between Arden and Tolstoy, and we have maybe soon their finished matches as well. Yeah, here we can see next up will be Richard against Tony, as well as Eagle against Pianov. Interestingly enough, Pianov was the underdog in the first game he played. Wasn't the underdog in the first game he played. Now he was underdog against Sivell, who won 2 matches already. Let's see how he can do against Eagle. I would say it's gonna be quite the hard fight for Pianov in the next round, but it's definitely possible. And Tony against Richard, they are really close. Like, I could not say that either of them has a higher chance of winning. So let's see how those matches will go. And I'm gonna take a quick look over at Classic Tetris 2. Mhm. And I just integrated the classic CTWC 2 stream so that we can see the games over there. We have currently Tolster against Arden in the match point situation here, and in the upper game it is Presp against Axodor.
You restream the other.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
As loud as possible. And I think you can now hear the commentary from over there pretty nicely, so enjoy it. And apparently over there at CT2 they have just finished their matches. Which means that they're already updating them. Apparently, have they updated them? I'm not too sure if they have updated all of them. Then I'm just gonna do the Presto against Axado match. Finished. And we are gonna go over to the bracket. And we should now see the bracket for the next round being Richard Wolfe against Tony, Eagle Knight against Pianov, Hudex against Arden, and Kanto against Crespo. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Okay. So, everyone on location, can you hear me? Everyone on location, hello? Okay. So we are gathering the players for what the heck? For the next matches here. We have it's already updated. We have on this side we will have Qdex against Arden. Qdex is already sitting down, and Richard Wolfe against Tony, I guess. Yeah. Let's have Richard. Wait. Is it a good idea? I guess it is. Richard and Tony. You can play over here if you want.
Where is my... Okay.
So over here we have Richard against Tony, as well as Qdex against Arden. And over on Classic CTWC 2 we will have Eagle against Pianov, and Kanto against Crespo. So we will hopefully have a couple of really exciting matches over here. I mean, Richard against Tony should be really close.
Which one is going here?
Richard and Tony
Okay.
are still missing. Wäre optimal, auch wenn du in der gleichen Ecke sitzt.
Ja, jetzt bin ich ja der untere Spieler.
Ist mir gerade egal, wo du sitzt.
Okay.
Ist, wenn du praktisch, wenn du gleich sitzt, weil dann muss ich weniger anpassen.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, the players are getting ready. In view of the second round, all in all, it was kinda similar, you could say. Just that instead of deciders, we had 3-1. So the whole idea of the flat bracket is that the matches should be as close as possible all the time, which is why you are generally seeing like more deciders and stuff like that in the early rounds, because in the classic normal bracket you will see that most of the time the early rounds are always like 3-1, 4-1, 3-0, 4-0, something like that. Whereas here we have a lot of like 3-1s, 3-2s in between, which is the main reason as for why we here love the idea of the flat bracket. Yeah, so also tons of thanks to Richard who just commentated on the Classic CTWC 2, but he now has to play himself.
Why commentating?
No, he has to play. Literally. So, again, shouts out to Richard for doing the quick commentary over there. If anyone here in the room is not playing, wants to commentate CT2, feel free to. Okay, so maybe we will have a nice commentator over there for Classic CTWC 2 as well, for the second stream. where we have a couple of more matches. And over here we will have Tony against Richard and Q-Rex against Arden whenever they decide to turn up. We luckily have 0 time issues. We plan to play the first 3 rounds, so round 1 and 2 are already finished, and only round 3 is missing today, and the rest tomorrow. Yes? Tony and Richard, and on the other side, Q-Rex and Arden. Yes. Okay, so let's see who can win the next upcoming matches. What are you doing?
I want to make a copy of it so we can put it in the
Okay. Can you just make a share link where you can only see it?
There you go.
That would make the most sense, I'd say. On the tech side, we are also preparing to publish the spreadsheet stuff and everything so that you can watch qualification standings and everything over there as well. That should be finished. Hopefully not too far in the future. So it's gonna be Tony against Wolfie. I'll put that in the incorrect player shit.
When I saw you on the front
brackets for the like tournament and all this will get the team's name.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
It's just hard when you have to do it like this. No, that doesn't help at all.
Oh,
The issue is that I'm far away from the keyboard.
just for next time on keyboard. No, I don't know.
Maybe for next time we should have everything properly prepared and don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Like spreadsheet stuff and so on like this. Okay, this should be fine. Okay, so we now have prepared the players over here. We are just currently waiting for Richard, who is doing whatever over there at CT2. I just see him sitting in the chair and Gunther and others talking to him, so oh, can I equip? Thank you. You can switch, I don't mind. Either way. Yeah, so as you can see, we have Tony, we have Q-Rex, we have Arden. So the only player who's currently missing is Richard, and I think I'm just gonna take a look at what's happening over there so that I get an idea if it makes sense waiting for him, or if we should have another match instead. Maybe over here. So we were doing a couple of small things here with Richard, trying some tech stuff to make it easier, and now Richard is here, so once Tony has appeared again, he apparently is in the toilet, so after some good old toilet strats, we can start with the matches here on Classic CTWC 1. By the way, Classic CTWC 2 matches we also need. And the matches over at Classic CTWC 2 we will soon see. Wait, Richard has the incorrect country I just saw. Okay. What was Richard's country called again? Missed.
Do you think that message?
I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, I remember now.
I'm not a massive nerd, so I don't know. I'm not a massive nerd, so I don't know. I'm not a massive nerd, so I don't know. You have to mute the stream.
Oh yeah, this stream. Oh, man. Okay.
I don't see how you can pin something. Normally you would hover over it and then you have a pin button. You don't have reply. I don't know how you do it. And Tony is back. I think the matches over at Classic Tetris 2 are prepared as well. Can you switch to the bracket real quick? So if we look at the bracket, you can see that over here we have Richard against Tony and QX against Arden, as we already said. Over at Classic Tetris 2, we will have Eagle against Pianov, as well as Kanto against Crespo. So we will have, again, 4 matches here at once, and this is how they will be set up. Okay, so once everyone is ready, we can start with the matches here, which, as far as I know, are supposed to be the last matches here at the Classic Tetris CTWC France Regional Championship. Would say it can only be a matter of belief, of seconds, and from Arden, the chat is rooting for you. Let's go, Arden, go. I tried to deliver the message a bit to Arden, so maybe she knows that there's at least 2 fans, probably from Italy, wanting her to win, and then we also have something for Richard, so there's quite a lot of people you want to win. Let's see if your favorites will win or if they will lose. As they don't play against each other, there's a chance that both of the favorites in the chat might not win. But that's up for the future for us to see. Okay. By the way, are you ready? Players, are you ready? Okay, perfect. Just press the next. So I Okay, so now we are preparing the seats so that we can go and start the round 3. We should now be in the top 20. What? Depends on your PBs. Noah. Noah's in total, obviously. Okay, so we have now more or less, I think, done the seats. Are the seats done? Oh. Okay, so we can start the round of 20. 1, 3, 1, top 20. Everyone has started from what I can tell. So let's hope that we have a couple of really great matches here today. This evening, in the last round, we have, as I said a couple of times, Tony against Richard and QDex versus Arden. And we have a first small lead for Richard of about a Tetris, and an even tinier lead here for QDex, and now for Arden it's a single, so we have neck and neck in the lower game and the upper game. We have a small lead here currently for Richard. Tony's just waiting for the long bus here. The long bus don't come when he could use them. There's a long bus for Tony, Tetris for Tony, and Tony now down to 15,000 points behind Richard. In the lower game, QDex has just topped out. Ooh, so Arden has just won the first game. And in the chat, there's like 5 people rooting for Arden to win, so she does have quite the big fan base.
It's like,
The upper game, there's now a small lead here for Tony, 7,000 points lead for Tony. Tony having a T-spin, a T-tuck, for example, set up, not T-spin, of course. And now he really wants the TP soon. He doesn't get the TPs, and that's the lead also for Richard. Richard, about 15k ahead of Tony. Tony having a tiny bit of more to clean up here in his tech, which could be the chance for Richard to get ahead. Arden and QDex, are you ready? You ready? Yeah? You ready? Yes. Okay, perfect. QDex and Arden are ready for the next game, so let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Oh. Apparently, Arden is... Hey, okay. Didn't know that. Thanks, chat. Okay, so we now have about a 50k lead here for Richard, down to 30k after the set was from Tony. Line-wise, Tony has played 4 more lines. Next triple here for Tony in the lower game. We have a small misstep here for QDex, who has a tiny lead of about 3,000 points. There's the Tetris for Arden, now Arden in the lead. In the upper game, we still have a lead for Richard, which is slowly but surely getting smaller and smaller. Tony going for the dirty column 9 Tetris. Well, gets the number, gets the Tetris, and is now down to 7,000 points. Another dirty setup here for Tony, which is a bit worse than the last one. And now Tony in the lead against Richard. Richard soon to be open. Richard open. Tony needs a couple more lines before he is clean again. QDex just top out, so it's now 2-0 for Arden. And this is quite unexpected. If we remember, QDex was seed 14, and he hasn't really been able to do anything against Arden. Is there maybe like some technical issues or anything like that? I kind of would believe that immediately, taking into consideration how fast this just went. Okay. Taking the drinks and the sips. Guys and girls and everyone else, don't forget to drink. Drinking is important, keeps your voice clean, keeps you healthy, so always good. In the upper game between Tony and Richard, we have about a 1 Tetris lead here currently for Richard. Yeah, so it kind of feels like Richard takes the lead, Tony falls behind a bit, and then Tony somehow comes back, gets the lead just for Richard to take it back. So it's kind of like a circle of Tetris, you could say, where it's like lead goes from person A to person B, from person B to person A. Which is what we really love. Now it looks like Tony's in the better situation, gets the long bar, gets the Tetris. Richard might be able to go for 30 Tetris, he decides to go against the 30 Tetris. But he could have gotten it now, only 6k lead here for him. Goes for the triple, up to 11k. Tony now Tetris ready. And I would say after we have the level 19 transition, we can start the next game between QDex and Arden. Depending on how the transition goes, of course, maybe we also have a simul start. Next, Tetris readiness and Tetris here for Tony. Next Tetris here for... Oh, that was only triple for Wolfie. Means that Tony is about to 2 Tetris lead against Richard. Next Tetris for Richard. Tony building up the Tetris here, but also both are close to the transition. About 8 lines left for Tony and 10 for Richard. Next Tetris for Tony. 1 more Tetris that Tony can do, and 3 more Tetrises that Richard can do. Next Tetris for Richard. And Witz set up for Tony. Oh, he doesn't get the Witz. He had to take a burn, which makes the spot a bit cleaner. And he transitions at 355. And 350 for Richard. So 5k transition difference, but Tony got a Tetris. So we now have about a Tetris lead here for Tony. Richard didn't get the Tetris. Tony now on level 20. It looks like the boards are stable. So let's start the countdown. Arden and Alec. Arden and QDex, are you ready? We have the ready, is perfect. And Richard just topped out. Okay, so we have the 40k lead here for Tony. And Tony just wins the first game. And Tony takes the first victory. They're talking a bit. When Richard is taking off his jacket, he's going to the serious mode. But he has talks a bit with the badge. So, players, everyone, are you ready? Let us start the next game in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. It's currently match point for Arden. Let's see what will happen down there if Arden can win or if QDex can somehow survive against her. And maybe even get the reverse sweep. There was a small mishap from Tony with the board that he's using, but didn't really cost him anything. We have a small lead here for Richard of about 3,000 points. And in the lower game, we finally have a lead here for QDex, about a 40k lead for QDex. 2 Tetrises in the upper game, 1 for Tony, 1 for Richard. Tony now 20k ahead. Arden in a bit of troublesome situation here with the board. Definitely something that is manageable, but she needs another long bar here. Long bar for Arden. Long bar for Arden. There's no long bar for Arden. And that's the top out for Arden, and that's the 2-1. So, nope. To answer the question in chat, only the match between Tony and Richard has the same seed, and QDex against Arden is the same seed. We just do simul starts when possible because it's a bit more fun and higher intention. We have about a 60,000 lead now for Tony. That's huge. So we have a nice lead here currently for Tony in the lower game. QDex has started the reverse sweep. The potential reverse sweep. 80k lead now for Tony. We're only 49 deep. That's a huge lead this early on. Next set was here for Tony. Another Tetris here for Tony. Tony again 80k ahead of Richard. And yeah, Arden and QDex, are you ready? They're ready? Perfect. So we can start the next game between QDex and Arden here in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. That shows again 18. Oh. Thanks, Ramble, for the flag. I probably completely forgot to update that to Colombia. Thanks. Thanks. That was, sorry, I I did too much at once and I kind of forgot the flag. I was like, oh yeah, it's already correct. No, thanks for reminding me about the flag. So, Richard, you're now also playing for Colombia. Congratulations. 100 KD for Tony. Next head is for Tony. Tony 120k ahead of Richard. In the lower game, Arden has a small lead over QDex. Arden at 30 against 16 for QDex. Neither of them Tetris ready. And Arden Tetris ready. QDex not Tetris ready. Had to take a triple. Tetris for Arden. Tetris for QDex in the upper game. The lead shrank from 120k to 100k. Next Tetris here for Richard. Next Tetris here for Tony. The lower game, the lead is stable. Next set was here for Arden. The lead just increased. There's a couple of not so nice red Z pieces here for Arden. And that is gonna cost a bit of stack health, but QDex also doesn't really have the best stack health, so let's see what will happen there. In the upper game, QDex with a small miss of the red Z piece, then the red L piece, and that's the top out for QDex. And that's quite the upset here. Arden winning against QDex, seed 22 winning against seed 14. And I'm gonna say congratulations to Arden for winning the game. Congratulations for QDex for putting up the fight. And we will now switch to just Tony against Richard. Here close now to the level 19 transition. As we can see, Tony had like all time. Like the whole game he was just at still 100k lead here for Tony. Tony had a really, really nice position. Next set was for Tony. We saw earlier that Tony's 19 seems a bit better than Richard's 19. Next set was here for Richard, 120k lead for Tony. Next Tetris will come soon. We will also have the 19th position in not that much time. It's 11 lines for Tony and 16 lines for Richard. So potentially 3 Tetrises for Tony and 4 for Richard. Both now subtracted by 1. 2 for Tony, 3 for Richard possible. 140k lead. Tetris and Tetris. 140k lead again. Still. Also, if you look at the points, Tony, 600k! That's 630 position. That's one of the best transitions we have seen today, and we have a couple of really good roaders like Scooty and DenV here, for example. That's an insane pace. I mean, Richard 520k transition, that's not bad. But against like 640, what are you gonna do? Next Tetris here for Tony Toss with a small misdrop on the left side. Both players having a mostly clean stack here. Small misdrop from Tony, that could be, depending on the next piece, is it? Ooh. This looks really rough now for Tony to dig out of. But he is still 160k out of Richard. And there was a T-piece misdrop from Tony. He still potentially, no, that's the out for Tony. 160k. Richard? Okay. Richard, you have to catch up about 150,000 points. It's 695 what you need. But I guess that Tony will also be able to keep you updated about the exact score that you need, in the worst case. We have a drought here, 24, 25, 26 piece drought. Yeah, and the quote just was like, you have to get a couple of Tetrises. Yes, I'm pretty sure that Richard either can't or at least shouldn't just single, double, triple this out. It's not advised to do that when the Tetris rate is getting lower and lower. 140k he needs to get. Single into single. I mean, yeah, you can definitely take a couple of safety singles here and there. Like, need to catch up 140 on the last 6 lines. It's possible. You don't need to get every Tetris ever. But Richard taking it really slow here. Maybe now going for the Tetris setup here. No, it looks like he's just going for more and more safety burns. And it's called burns because you burn points when you don't get Tetrises. On the other side, there's a Tetris here for Richard. Finally a Tetris into double. If you look at Tony, it looks like Tony's already prepared to say hi to the 1-1. But Richard's board not looking that great anymore. He needs to start digging here. And, well, he has already started digging, of course. Richard digging here quite nicely. And yeah, it's only about 70k. 70k what you need, Richard. So getting really close to the nice 1-1 here. But also level 26, only 27 and 20, and you still have to get 65,000 points. You need at least one, maybe two more Tetrises. And he gets a bit more dirty. It would go for center world here. Center world is dangerous. He's now open the right side. He has 12 more lines. That's a drought. The worst drought timing ever. 10 more lines. 19, 20 piece drought. It was getting bigger the long, but not when he needs it. And then the red L piece, and he just doesn't have anything. He just can't do anything here. And that's the 2-0 for Tony. Tony topping out at level 21. Richard just not getting the Tetrises that he needed. He tried his best, but it wasn't enough. And that's the 2-0 and match point for Tony. You could say it's the Tony, because toe, really fun. Yeah, and just as the chat says, pace beats survival, yeah. Look at the Tetris rate, it's 77 against 40%. It's... Oh, I see what you mean, Richard, I think. I can switch that if you want. I will just have to figure out how. Huh? I don't understand how to use this OBS scene, so I'm just gonna say, let's start the next countdown here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Match point for Tony. This could already be the end for Richard, but this was quite nice time for the same stack. It's differentiated now. But historically speaking, I would say that Tony's gets more points, so you can already see it. Here's the lead for Tony. 1 Tetris for Tony, 0 Tetris for Richard. Tony again Tetris ready, Richard Tetris ready. Tetris for Richard, Tetris for Tony. And the 1 Tetris lead for Tony stays. Richard, Tetris ready. Tony, not yet Tetris ready, but should be soon Tetris ready. Yeah, Tetris ready is for Tony. Small miss drop for Richard. And Richard needs long, but there's the longer for Richard. Nice. And he misdrops the red L piece. That's pretty dangerous up there. He now needs to start nice, really good digs here. He needs another long bar, and that's the top out for Richard. That was a pretty unfortunate top out here for Richard. But what are you gonna do? That's the 3-0, the sweep for Tony. And congratulations, Tony and Richard for the game here, the games. And ouch, yeah, everyone in chat is like, no whip. Yeah, that was really rough for Richard. Okay, give me a second. I will update the spreadsheets. What? Match protocol? No. 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 I am unable to find the tech guy and don't really want to mess with the spreadsheets and accidentally ruin something. But I think I just found what I need, maybe? I think I did. Yeah, I think I have found what I need. Okay, yeah, this looks, I think, good now. So, we take a quick look at the bracket. We can see that Tony and Arden have won their matches and will have pretty tough matches next. It's gonna be Robin against Tony and Shuichi against Arden. Meanwhile, on the Classic Tetris 2 stream, we have Eagle against Pianov and Kanto against Crespo. So I would say let's take a quick look at them. And I'm not too sure about the commentary. I think the commentary currently is done by Dan V, so hopefully fun with Dan V's commentary. I will make sure that he can be heard on stream. Okay. Fix that. Actually, not too sure if you can even hear him on stream now, the Dan V. This actually looks like you can't hear Dan V on stream a bit. Okay, anyways, we have Cresp against... Yeah, Cresp won, and so did Eagles. 3-1 and 3-1 apparently. 3-1 for Crespo. And it's also... Oh, it's 2-2 between Pianov and Eagle. Okay, I apparently made a small mistake there, my quick analysis here, so... It's the cider between Pianov and Eagle over there at CT Classic Tetris 2, and we're just gonna resume it here instead of waiting. Oh no, it was a 3-1. Okay, so it's a 3-1 for Eagle. Let me now take a quick look at the bracket. We can see the result of today's matches and the current standings. We have had quite a lot of matches in total. We have had the first four: Thrush against Speed, Pianov against Sandro, Arden against Marman, and Axoda against Larry. Here, and the second one, then we had Tony against Speedside, Sivel against Piaranov, Tolstoy against Arden, and Crespo against Axodo, as well as Richard against Tony, Eagle versus Pianov, Culex versus Arden, and Kanto versus Crespo. And I have to say, it's fascinating to see Arden's rise through the ranks. Started like the bottom third of the bracket and just continued to fight, and is now, as you can see, in the round 4. And in round 4, tomorrow, we will start with Robin against Tony, Hyakutodo against Eagle, Shuichi against Arden, and now against Crespo. I'm gonna say thank you to everyone who watched. This was an amazing first day, I would say. Pretty successful. We had 2 of the streams running most of the time, and nothing big tech-wise actually caused issues. So I would say this was an amazing first day. And yeah, tomorrow at, I think it was 10 AM, the next matches will start. 10 AM local time is 8 AM UTC, which is like depending where you are in the United States, I think it's like 2 a.m. on the East Coast and 11 p.m. on the West Coast, something like that should be. You can check that yourself to make sure that you have the correct times. The matches are supposed to start tomorrow at 8 a.m. UTC or 10 a.m. Local time. See you again at that time. Actually, sorry, turns out I made a small mistake. We'll have one more round today. I totally forgot that. Yeah, we have Robin against Tony, Hyakuno against Eagle, Shuichi against Arden, and now against Crespo. So, I guess we will have a small break so that I can catch a bit of breath again. And not run from place A to place B, talk all the time, and so on. So, I would say we have a 5-minute break. So, see you again at 1:15. So, welcome back everyone to the CTWC France Regional tourney. We are gonna soon have the last round. As you can see, it's the round 4 with Robin against Tony, Hyakuno against Eagle, Shuichi against Arden, and now against Respo. We have seen a couple of these players advance through the rounds, like, for example, Tony from round 2 now to round 4, winning 2 matches, and Arden even winning 3 matches. So let's see what everyone here can do. I welcome to the stage Robin and Tony, as well as Hyakuno and Eagle. Okay, they surely have heard the names that they are now gonna play in this amazing match. Tony, willst einfach dann zu dem auch was dann? Yes.
Where are Fortnite and I playing?
On the other side. No, we on the mainstream. From now on.
Yes, I can meet. Right.
Robin is from the so-called bands.
Which side?
I don't care.
Yeah.
That's another. Okay. Who is that? That's Eagle.
You're coming.
Yes?
Your knight is gonna play now.
Yes.
If he wins, he's not able to play tomorrow. So Mark agreed for them to play right after, if that's fine with you.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, so I'll gather everyone.
Yep. Okay, so we now have the first matches set up. I have realized that I maybe should change a bit of... Huh? There's no... You can no longer record. No, not enough space left. Okay, no recording.
It's alright.
Yeah, it's streamed. Okay. Anyways, what I wanted to say is I think I have to adjust... Okay, so now we have Tony against Robin and Eagle against Hyakuno. Hyakuno getting ready to play.
Can I see the bracket 1 second?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. To know the other matches there.
If you want to do everything on stream 1 from now on. Do everything on this stream.
Oh,
We will be... It's one set takes like half an hour. Maybe 45 minutes.
oh, you want to finish on this stream?
Yeah, that time-wise, that's doable. And it's nicer to have everyone on the high quality stream.
Okay. And if your knight wins and has to play Mark, do we play them here as
Yeah,
well?
I would just play them here as well.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hope that you do this.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay. So we have everyone here on the main stream. As you can see, now there will no longer be the Classic CTWC 2 stream. It should go offline soon. Yeah.
You dance. Playing. Going back. Stop. I think it's less known. They don't really I don't I don't correct, but yes, I do find so go around trying to like how much do you get? Well, what's the first? But this year I was competing here. You're less than me. I think that's 40 videos. Yeah, it's kind of a I hope
Okay, we just had some basic schedule discussions. Yeah, for everyone here in chat, the current ideas that we have everyone who has a match remaining today play on the main stream so that you can see all of your favorites. Okay. So, players, are you ready for the seat? Okay, we have some more warm up here. At least from Hyakutaro, and let's see who else wants to warm a bit longer. But the nice thing about this is that you can see Arden online on stream, you can see Casper on stream, you can see Robin on stream, and everyone else. It's gonna be a nice, high quality evening here at the classic Tetris CTWC French Regional Qualifier tournament. And we are just waiting for the players to finish their warm-up so that we can start with the second to last set of matches. A small point is we will, in case that Eagle wins, he will have to play against Mark because Eagle can't play tomorrow. Okay. And we just had a raid from Classic Tetris 2. Thanks for the raid from the second stream, which is now offline. And I'm gonna ask the question again. Everyone, are you ready for the seats? Perfect, so we will now do the seats. Just press select on the seat and you get a new seat. You ready? Everyone, play? Ready to play? Everyone is ready to play, so let's start the countdown here in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! The lower game has started, the upper game has started with a small issue because Robin started on level 19, not 18. Just happens when you warm up in... oh yes, we need another countdown here for the upper match in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Yeah, Robin just had exactly level 19. Happens to the best of us. Now we have the new countdown, new match here. In the lower game, Eagle already in a bit of trouble. Hyakutaro, a Tetris ahead of Eagle. And yeah, if you look at the boards, then Hyakutaro also having a bit of trouble here, which means that Eagle might potentially be able to catch up a bit. Tony with the next Tetris here. Tetris for Tony, and Tony a Tetris ahead. Robin not really able to get a Tetris here, and now it's Tetris time for Tony. Eagle ahead now that Hyakutaro also had to burn quite a lot. It's not what Hyakutaro wants, but it's exactly what Eagle wants. Next Tetris for Robin. Robin now about to Tetris ahead of Tony. And next Tetris here for Tony. It's neck and neck in the upper game and in the lower game as well. In the lower match, both Eagle and Hyakutaro have to burn. In the upper game, both Tony and Robin are clean and go for Tetris. Tetris for Robin. Now about nearly a Tetris ahead of Tony. Tony with a Tetris, and Tony 720 points at and has 2 lines less played. So it's currently about half a Tetris pace lead for Tony. Tony missing the spins though. This is gonna cost him a bit of pace in the lower game. Hyakutaro is now open clean and go for Tetris. This needs another longbar for the next Tetris. Eagle gets there slowly but surely, is now also open, and Tetris for Hyakutaro. Hyakutaro 10,000 points ahead of Eagle, has played 1 Tetris less, so currently have a nice pace lead of about 1.5 Tetrises here for Hyakutaro. In the upper game, a small miss of the red SPs here for Tony. Tony is, I think, again missing the spin. The spins kinda don't really want to work today for Tony. Maybe he has played too much Game Boy lately. Because, you know, as you can see on Tony's shirt, he is a CTWC Game Boy player, so he really likes Game Boy. That's also why he feel like he does this weird Game Boy grab thingy. It's best to explain it. Makes a ton of sense on Game Boys because that's how you hold them. But yeah, spins and everything, they work a bit differently. So if you play too much of the one version, you might have some spin inconsistencies, for example. And from Giovanni, Hyaku always the best dressed person. That is true. I wanted to bring a one of these Tetris suits, but I couldn't really transport it here properly. That's why I don't have one. Otherwise, there would have been 2 people in a suit. Now it's just Hyakutaro. But yeah, Hyakutaro always looking pretty fabulous, you could say. What's also fabulous is the point lead for Robin is now 69,000 points. Now up to 70k, so Robin here in about a 2.5 Tetris lead against Tony. In the lower game, it's about 3/4 of a Tetris lead here for Hyakutaro. And next Tetris for Tony, next Tetris for Robin. Robin haven't played Tetris more, so the 3.5 Tetris lead is more like a 2.5 Tetris lead. In fact, in the lower game, we have about a 1.5 Tetris lead for Eagle, who has also played more lines than Hyakutaro, so the lead, if you simply talk about pace, it's neck and neck. Especially as Eagle now here needs to start digging for Eagle, not being able to get a Tetris. The upper game, triple for Tony. Tony 50k behind Robin, now at essentially the same amount of lines played. Robin could go for Dirty Tetris, he goes for Dirty Tetris, gets the longbar. Dirty Tetris for Robin, Tetris for Tony. It's 50k lead here for Robin. Hyakutaro not really being able to capitalize on his opponent not being able to get Tetrises during the digging process in many. There's the Tetris for Eagle, just as I said that. Hyakutaro didn't get a Tetris there with the longbar. Next longbar Tetris here for Hyakutaro. We now have a 1,500 point difference between Eagle and Hyakutaro. We're also getting close to the level 19 transition. It's about 35 lines between Tony and Robin, about 25 lines between Eagle and Hyakutaro. The 10 lines difference is because we had to redo the upper countdown because of a incorrect level start. And it's Tetris left and right. Now about 100k lead here for Robin. Hyakutaro in a bit of trouble with the bot, and he really wants a Tetris. He doesn't get the longbar over. That's the top out for Hyakutaro. And we now have a 1-0 for Eagle. It's 1-0 for Eagle against Hyakutaro. That was a tough fight in the lower match, but in the end, after this missed drop, this loss of the longbar, Eagle survives and is 1-0 for him. In the upper game, we're getting close to the level 19 transition. Once you're past the level 19 transition, I would start the next countdown for Eagle against Hyakutaro. Unless, you know, what happens, then it's going to be a simul countdown. Next set was here for Robin. Robin 130k ahead of Tony. Tony not able to replicate the 600k transition he had earlier. Yeah, there's the level 9 transition for Robin. All looks good. The level 9 transition for Tony should also come soon, and the bot also looks good so far. There's a single and Tetris for Tony. Yeah, that's a nice position for Tony. So we will just start Eagle against Hyakutado in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! We have about 160k lead here for Robin, but Robin has also played 9 Tetrises more, so it's more like 100k lead for Robin, which still is insane. It's gonna be really hard for Tony to catch up. Hard, but possible. In the lower game, we have a bit of a cleanup situation here for Eagle, whereas Hyakutado was just clean, got the first Tetris. Now as an LJ dependency, gets the J piece, but closes the well just before that. Whereas in the dependency, now can open the dependency, clean the dependency, and is now Tetris ready, waiting for the longbar. There's the longbar for Hyakutado, longbar for Hyakutado. Tony with a bit of a miss drop there from the green LPs, and that's the top out for Tony at 5:30, so it's now 1-0 for Robin. Robin, you have won the game. You can theoretically go for a max out, or you can just top out, whichever fits you more nicely, as 1-0 for Robin and 1-0 for Eagle. Once the two players are ready, we will start the next game. In the lower... Oh, danke, Tony. Okay. So in the low match, we have about a 70-80k lead for Hyakutado. Next set is for Hyakutado. Ready from Tony, so we will start the upper match in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Let's see how this will work. The upper game next set is here for Hyakutado. Already 7 push-down points for Robin. Robin showing that he wants to win this. It's Tetris is left and right. Now about a 90k lead even here for Hyakutado, about halfway through level 18. So we could get like a 200k lead if this lead increase continues to stay the same. Next set is for Tony, next set is for Robin. In the upper game is pretty much neck and neck this early on. It's also really expected to be close with any Tetris. Next set is for Hyakutado. Eagle not being able to use 2 longbars here in a row for Tetris. Which means that both about the same height in Tetris. Ready. Next set is here for Hyakutado. Next set is here for Eagle. In the upper game, it's about a 5k lead here for Tony, so it's neck and neck. Neither really having any kind of advantage there. Tony just did a crazy tap you could see in the webcam. It's really close in the upper game match. It's like nearly the same lines, nearly the same points. So this could be a really interesting match to see who of them can emerge victorious. In the lower game, nearly 150k lead for Hyakutado. This is going to be pretty hard for Eagle to catch up to. But if Hyakutado tops out unluckily, it could go in favor of Eagle, of course. In the upper game, it's about a 1 Tetris lead currently here for Tony. And next set is here for Tony. Robin now Tetris ready, waiting for the longbar. There's the longbar and Tetris for Robin. Eagle having to burn a bit. This is probably another chance for Hyakutado to increase the lead. He just needs the pieces for that. In the upper game, the lead has increased. No, it hasn't really increased. Hyakutado Tetris ready. Eagle nearly ready. Eagle dirty Tetris ready here and cut 8 and like 4 high Tetris, dirty Tetris here for Eagle. 122k lead here for Hyakudo. We're getting closer to the level 19 transition. We are at about 100 lines. And Hyakudo Tetris ready. Eagle digging in the upper game. 1 Tetris lead for Tony. Robin vibing to the music. Hyakudo now having a couple of burns here, really close to the level 19 transition. Not really what you want, but it looks like the board is still in a manageable state for now. Eagle's board looking much nice on the other side. Eagle transitioning with the Tetris and 337. Hyakudo's advantage shrank by a bit by about 40k instead of the 140 but earlier it's now at 100k, but remember, if you look at the transition score, it's about 107, so yeah. From 7 Tetrises down to 4 Tetrises. In the upper game, it's about neck and neck. We have 397 against 4-4. It's the lead you have about a Tetris now for Robin. The lower game, Hyakudo having a bit of issue with this board. But he has some nice placements there. Nice lumber for Hyakudo staying in the game. Eagle also struggling with the board. Doesn't get the LPs over, and that's the top out for Eagle. It's 1-1 in the lower match. That went from 140k lead to down to an 80k lead, so even though it looked really bad sometimes for Eagle, he got closer and closer, but sadly then topped out. Talking about top out, we will start the countdown either at the top out or after the level 90 transition of the upper match, whichever comes first. So, Hyakudo and Eagle can now prepare mentally a bit for what was once best of 5 is now best of 3, so yeah, looks pretty close between them. Next Tetris here for Robin. Robin has played 2 lines more and is a Tetris ahead. This is really close. Next Tetris here for Tony. It's neck and neck. Next Tetris for Tony. Robin burned a couple of lines. 2 lines for Tony, 5 lines for Robin. It's about a Tetris lead here currently for Tony. Tony now Tetris ready. Once the long bar, he transitions with a single. 543, 544 for Robin. Robin, 1 more single for the level 90 transition. 543 we had for Tony, and we have 550 for Robin. This is pretty much neck and neck. Tony has a tiny bit of trouble here, but it looks like he can survive. This looks good for Tony. So let's start the countdown between Eagle and Hyakudo. Are you ready? Perfect. Then 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Tony and a bit of a lead against Robin, but a 1 Tetris lead has played a couple more lines. It's neck and neck between Tony and Robin. In the lower game, we have about 52-point leads here for Eagle due to pushdown. And the first Tetris goes to Eagle, next Tetris goes to Hyakudo. In the upper game, Tony needs a long bar for the center. He needs a long bar, he needs a long bar. He needs the long bar, and that's the top out and 2-0 for Robin. Don't forget, Tony's a bit of an underdog here. He was seed 17 and is now playing against seed 8. So this is a pretty uphill battle for Tony. He can win it, like he's really close to Robin. He just tops out a bit earlier, sadly, for him. Yeah, in the lower game, we're about 20 lines in and have a 40k lead here for Eagle. This could be a bit of an upset. It's 1-1, again a lead here early for Eagle. It's definitely possible. It's of course far too early to be definite about that. Yeah, looks pretty good for Eagle somehow. Yeah, so I think Tony and Robin are still discussing something, but Tony and Robin, whenever you're ready, just tell me. Okay. The pace lead now is in favor of Hyakuto. He has played less lines. Now gets a Tetris. Tetris for Hyakuto, 18,000 points ahead of Eagle. Looks like Tony and Robin are getting close to being ready. Robin has put on his earphones, and yes, they are ready. Let's start the game and match point in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. This could potentially be the end for Tony. He has fought against he has fought in 2 matches, and let's see if he can do this now or not. First Tetris goes to Tony. Robin, bit Bernie here. I just saw that where we did the countdown. I think Eagle top out first, and we have the 2-1 for Hyakutaro. So it's now 2-1 for Hyakutaro. You ready? Let's start the match point between Hyakutaro and Eagle in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. The potentially last games of these matches between Tony and Robin. Tony needs 2 long bars. There gets the wits. He even needs 3 long bars, hopefully. There's the second long bar. He needs 1 more. And there's the third long bar for Tony. He just got like nearly 3 in a row. That is nice for Tony's tech, because now you can actually try to clean it up. But Robin has the lead. Robin now 3,000 points out of Tony. And Tony needs to burn, whereas Robin can go for the Tetrises. The lower game, it's neck and neck, Tetris and Tetris. We have about a Tetris lead now for Hyakutaro, but that's, yeah. In the upper game, we have Tony in a pretty rough situation. He could maybe, like, not get out of this. He needs a long bar for the right side, which is always pretty hard. He gets long bar, but he hangs the red S piece. But he is slowly burning down. Single by single by single. This looks so far pretty good for Tony in the burning process. Point-wise, yeah, he is already 60k behind Robin. The lower game, we have a 40k lead now for Hyakutaro. Hyakutaro also has put a couple less lines, so it's about a 2.5 Tetris lead here for Hyakutaro. Maybe up to a 3 Tetris lead now. Tony's board not really getting any better. He really needs to burn a ton. Well, not burn, but dig. He needs to dig down. He needs a shovel and start digging. The lower game, 60,000 point lead here for Hyakutaro. And Tony can't get the O piece over. That's the top out for Tony. Tony tops out at 87,000 points. 184 for Robin already. Robin wins the first match she's in. It's now 3-0 for Robin, and last match for Tony. GG's to Tony. You stayed in pretty long, and yeah. Seville, can you set up the 2-player lower match? I don't know what you need to do for that. The table B. I don't know what is inside here. Because theoretically, this is like the link and the spec. I don't know what's it's beginning something, and here's like here. Don't know what it is. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I see. Yeah, we are now setting up the lower bracket 2-player scene, so that we can focus on them. What?
The setup B, they don't have. I need to. And here.
Just let me do it. Don't do anything.
Okay.
Okay, 90-20 but 10-80, please. Okay, we are setting up the lower, so we can just do that in nice and big. We have about an 88, so nearly 4 Tetris lead here currently. Yeah. For Hyakudo, we are about 80 lines deep, so looks pretty nice for Hyakudo so far. You probably have to remove the background. Background, right? Background.
Yeah.
That looks good. Well, maybe. Okay. The lead got a bit closer, a couple of 1,000 points between Eagle and Hyakudo. So despite the pretty big lead early on, maybe this is the chance for Eagle to strike back. Now Hyakudo needs to burn a couple of lines. He has finished the burning here. Eagle can't really get closer to Hyakudo. I'm like, yeah, maybe he has a chance for a couple of 1,000 points, but no, the nice spin there though for Eagle. We're getting closer to the transition, about 25 lines until the level 90 transition. We are approaching a small drought of roughly 24, 25. Let's see how many pieces. This is going to be a new drought record of this tournament. Oh no, it was like 2 pieces off. Only a 33-piece drought. And this is really hard for Eagle to get out of this. Eagle, can you do it? Eagle doesn't get the longbow over. That's the top out for Eagle. Eagle tops out. It is now 3-1 for Hyakudo. And Hyakudo takes the victory, ending Eagle's chances here in the tournament. And the best dressed man of the tournament stays in. We can see more of him tomorrow. Okay, we don't need it for now, but perfect. We have a bracket. And no, can you enter the results? It's 3-1 for Hyakudo, and then the bracket. So we will now enter the results into our spreadsheet stuff, and then we will see who is up playing next. 3-0 for Robin. Okay. So if we now take a look at the next part, at the bracket, we can see that Robin won and Hyakudo won. We also see the next matchups. We also see who will be next up here on stage. It is Shuichi against Arden, and Nao against Crespo. Can you adjust this time?
Yes, good.
Thank you. So, do I even have to introduce some of these players? I mean, you have seen Arden play here on the big stage a couple of times. They were in the all-around so far, seed 22, and somehow managing it against all of the opponents, and is now having the chance to show what they can do against Shuichi. On the other side, we have Nao against Crespo. I don't know where they are. We can do this transition for now. We have Nao against Crespo. With Crespo, we have the only Spanish player here. I saw a couple of people earlier in the chat being like, Crespo, Crespo. I hope I pronounced his name correctly, by the way. So Crespo apparently also someone who doesn't need no introduction. Now, really surprised me during the qualification. I didn't really know him before, but if I remember it correctly, he nearly got a max out, so that was really nicely done by him. Transition. And now we can see the players. We see... Oh lol.
Switch again.
We see Shuichi, obviously not on the left side. We see Arden and Shuichi. We are currently still waiting for Nao and Crespo. They are tending. Yeah, they are turning up. I think. Yep, it just took a couple of seconds to show up. To refresh. That looks good to me. Can you go to the...
Oh no.
What? Oh.
They are fake.
So the players are now sitting, everyone, so we can watch them warm up a bit. Can you go to the Twitch chat again? Thank you. So there's a question about will all the games be played today or some tomorrow also? These are gonna be the last games for today. The rest of the tournament, so the
Like 4 days.
top. No, it's last. These are the last matches.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
So we will have the top 12 onwards tomorrow, which includes some known players, like for example Blue Scooty just wrote in the chat, Dan V for example, Gunter for example, Mark for example. So definitely not everything today. This is like the pre-act, so the end of the tournament tomorrow, when we have the top 12 onwards.
Still fine. Okay.
So now we can watch these players come up and we see... I don't want to say we see two different skill sets, but we see the level 18, 19 warm-up. It's just different strategy. Level 18 warm-up and 19 warm-up is... Yeah, it's just a bit different, depending on what you want to focus on. I think most players seem to prefer level 19 warm-up because it's a bit tighter. Like the piece movements. But both is definitely a viable choice.
Oh. I was thinking about sweet sauce. And I thought probably slice I know what's in risk. No, risk. Risk. Yeah, there's a oh, which one's what? I'll send it to it. It's not easy to race. I'd like to yeah, the card game or is card game? Yeah, it's like you have a shot. It's like a monster room thing. And you like, oh, you're trying to find the size. Well, I'm ready. I don't know if you find and you know, okay, and then there's like a few of the coins and the items.
Okay, so after Shuichi has finished his game, we will start the last set of today,
The game is kind of like
which is, as you can see, Arden against Shuichi and Crespo against Now. I tried to adjust the webcam a tiny bit earlier, but I don't really feel it made the web it much better. But I tried my best. Let's say it like that. People are saying that Arden is a tapper. You are a death player, aren't you?
I'm dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Please. Like my absolute please stop.
Okay. Okay, Arden is a death player now. I just saw Arden play death here, so I was like, should be death. Okay, so we're now waiting for Crespo now. I thought we were ready? Okay. You press select on the...
We just run them on the side and we
You have to be like next to him. Because it's side yeah, no. Is that like so das ist so das Programm da ist wieder so ein Ding so diese also you don't F99
I go to the
one. You know, it's like one of the challenges, you know, and for the original, but it's like everyone.
They're inputting the seed. And once we have the seeds input, you can expect some really nice Tetris gameplay of 4 different nations. Arden from Italy, Shuichi from Germany, Crespo from Spain, and Now from France. This is potentially the most interesting setup for exactly this reason. So, everyone, are you ready? I see here a ton of yeses and thumbs. So let's start. The last matches in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Don't forget, this is only the first 4 rounds. Tomorrow we will start the top 12. So, and who's on the microphone from Danny? This is another German guy. My name is Jakob, Jacob. Don't confuse me with Jakob, the other German guy that has a really similar name to mine. Yeah. I have done some commentary before, for example, last year's CTWC I did mainly. I did the CTWC Germany, I did CTEC, I did a ton of other German tournaments, I did some stuff in the PAL scene as well, so I'm not the most known commentator, but I do at least a bit, so I'm also kind of confident in my commentating skills. But talking about commentating, we have now Arden in a tiny bit of trouble here. We also have Shuichi in a bit of a laugh flash. This is pretty interesting because it could go either way. One incorrect laughter from Shuichi and he tops out. One bad laughter from Arden and they top out. And that was the good laughter from Arden and it's now the 1-0 for Shuichi. I have a question. Should we... Is the match like fine? Were you like too interrupted by the audience?
No, it's fine.
It's fine?
Not interrupted by the audience.
Okay, so they agree. They just said it's important to not be disrupted by Mark talking shit. So Arden definitely has skill issues today. No.
When do I not have
Okay, so this is just a bit of friendly, like, teasing, you know. We love everyone. Yeah, okay. But that was the first game between Arden and Shuichi. Below we have Crespo against Now and with a level 15 start. Both players about 140k points, nobody really in the lead. Now has a bit, like, more centered stack, now to the standard side. So everything fine down there. Arden and Shuichi, are you ready? So let's start the game in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! People are chanting for Tugi, who I don't see Tugi, so I guess they kinda mistook the names. Maybe reading is hard. Yeah. We have a small lead now for Arden. Now there's the Tetris for Shuichi. In the lower game, we have about a 60k lead now for Crespo. We are 60 lines deep, so we could say 1k per line. Shuichi having a bit of trouble there, gets the O-tuck. We approach a drought, but his take is now kinda calm again. Arden, one Tetris behind Shuichi. Neither of them Tetris ready. I mean, Shuichi is Tetris ready, but he's high and he's actually managing the Tetris readiness pretty well, but there's the drought, and there's the top for Arden! Arden couldn't manage the drought, and there's once again the Arden is obviously focusing far too much on Mark, not on the gameplay. Maybe she should start watching, looking on the TV and not on Mark.
Oh, fuck shit.
Okay, but no, that's the 2-0 already here for Shuichi.
Well, you said yes. You do something better.
In the lower game, we have about a 30k lead for Crespo. We are approaching the transition slowly for Crespo. Nago is about 10 lines behind. And I think we can just start the match point for Shuichi. Or do we maybe need like a 5-minute break, Arden?
No, it's fine, sir.
It's fine, okay, perfect. Then let's start the match point for Shuichi in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! I just saw in the chat something like he's gonna take your spot, Kingsman. Definitely not. There's a ton of stuff that Kingsman does that I can't do. He has a completely different commentating style to mine, I'd say. He does really great interviews, so I could never be a replacement for him. Yeah. The lower game, level 16 now for Crespo. Now about 10 lines away here from the transition. 11k lead here for Crespo, so the points are in favor of Crespo. The pace is in favor of now. Now, once the long bar soon, yeah, for the Tetris readiness. Tetris for Crespo, Tetris for Shuichi. And staying now in the game for double-digit lines. That is pretty nice. And it's a small lead now for Shuichi. It's neck and neck in the upper match finally. Lower match now in the lead. It's 600 points difference, so it's really neck and neck down there. Next set was for now in the lead. The upper game is a small lead for now Shuichi, but Shuichi also with a couple of not so nice dependencies, but he turns one of the dependencies into a Tetris well, center well. Tetris readiness for Arden. Shuichi not really knowing what he should do with the red S piece. Next set is here for Shuichi. Arden with a misdrop of the red L piece, I believe. Level 19 now for Crespo. Now still 10 lines away from level 19. Shuichi in the lead. Arden needing. She wanted a long bar. And Shuichi now over Tetris ahead of Arden. Arden approaching the board rise now a clean state slowly but surely. Yeah, level 20 now for Crespo, but a 50,000 lead here for now. The crowd already was chanting for Crespo, but it looks like now has the edge here in the first game. In the upper match, it's about a 40k lead now for Shuichi. Arden not really able to get this tech under control again. So it feels like this could be the final nail in the coffin for Arden, or also known as the 3-0 sweep for Shuichi. The lower game, level 20 for now, level 22 for Crespo, and now 60k ahead of Crespo. The upper game, they are kind of waiting for the long bar sometimes, I feel. But there's no drought counter. There's a Tetris for Shuichi. Shuichi now 100k ahead of Arden. 100,000 points. That's gonna be really hard to catch up to. Crespo with a bit of trouble in the center there. The chief piece, I think, was shifted one lane too early. And that feels really hard. Yeah, that's the toward for Crespo and the 1-0 for now. Whenever now and Crespo are ready, we can start the next game. It's still 100k lead here for Shuichi. Can he and Arden's rush through the earlier rounds, and can Shuichi advance to the top 12? We will see that here. Are you ready? So let's start the next game between Crespo now in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! I had the first Buko of today. Can I get, like, maybe more Buko sometimes? I miss them. Later in the later ones, perfect. I believe in you, Shakutaro. I have to hear them. It wasn't the first one? Oh, good, it wasn't the first. It was just the first I heard. Okay. I was like, only one Buko a day? That's not enough. In the upper match, the 100 plus, it's now back to 100,000 plus point lead. I was like, got a bit closer, but not really, sadly, for Arden. We're getting close to the transition. The lower game already nearly a Tetris lead here for now. We have about 4 Tetrises that could happen by Shuichi and Arden. Next Tetris for Shuichi. Next Tetris for Crespo. Arden waiting for the long bar. Gets the long bar one piece too late. Couldn't use it for the Tetris. 140k points behind Shuichi. 34. Now 56k lead here for now. Next Tetris for Shuichi. Arden now Tetris ready. Gets the long bar and gets the Tetris for Arden. Shuichi gets the spin into 577 transition. 577 transition for Shuichi. Next Tetris for Arden for 60 transition. So about 110,000 point lead here in the transition for Shuichi. Shuichi, a couple of missteps here. This could be the chance for Arden to catch up.
No, it's not. It's fair. Wow.
54,000 point lead here for now. Shuichi stays in. Doesn't really burn much more than what Arden does. And this could be the option for Shuichi to deny the catch up by Arden, because Arden doesn't really have the placements here to stay clean and Tetris ready. Shuichi Kalm 2 Tetris, gets the long bar and gets the Tetris. Tetris for Shuichi, 149 lead. Now currently 30k ahead. Arden gets the long bar, doesn't get the long bar over. She needs something for the left side, another long bar to get over, but it's not gonna happen, and that's not out for Arden. And the 3-0 sweep for Shuichi. Shuichi is probably just gonna play the game until it ends. In the meantime, the lower game with about a 34,000 point lead here still for now. Crespo now are close to halfway through level 18. You still have a lead here for now. Crespo in a bit more digging situation here. And Shuichi trying to get the max out, apparently. I mean, that is definitely max outable here for Shuichi if the correct pieces come and there's no, like, 50-piece drought. So talk about drought. Crespo, without a drought, tops out 100k lead for now, and that's the 2-0 for now. Level 25 and 766 point was kind of good, but board-wise, bit of fight here for Shuichi. Now, Chris, you're ready? You're ready? Okay, so let's start the countdown between now and Crespo. Match point for now in 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Shuichi just aiming for the casual Tetris here, doing a bit of moderning. Totally fine. It's the last match of the evening anyways, so he can play this one out. The lower one. We have a push down point difference. There's the first Tetris for Crespo. Yeah, and this is, I think, no longer maxable for Shuichi. Unless he does like amazing level 29 play. Which he won't be able to do. We have a small lead here for Crespo. And that is the level 29 for Shuichi. And that's it. And we can now have Crespo against now Big to Big. What do you mean? So I didn't understand you, Peter.
We do this much? For a better channel.
So we are really close to the final top 16, top 12, sorry. Just one more match to finish, and this could go either way. Crespo currently 20,000 points ahead of now. Now, of course, won the first 2 games, so he is, in that regard, really nice here. Both players status ready. Next long bar for now. Next set was for Crespo. As we can see, Crespo has played 4 lines more, has less than the Tetris lead, so the actual lead currently is and now if we talk about pace. Next set was for now. Now Tetris ready. Crespo not Tetris ready. Which might be the chance now for now to catch up. And thanks, Lucy, for the hopefully working bit.ly link. Sorry I to drink a bit. I could hear my voice, or feel my voice kinda dying, which is not good because I have a long day left tomorrow. Point-wise, we're out of 30k lead here currently for Crespo. We are 60 and 50 lines deep into the game. So pace-wise, once again, a lead here for now. Next set was for Crespo, next set was for now. I feel like the lead is a couple of... was that a width adjustment that just for now? Delayed width for now? No, it's 5-5. It's not a width adjustment. Oh no. This is gonna cost the game. Apparently it's a V with a long I. Okay. Okay, now access to the 5-5 width, but he just burns it? It has now a proper width. I see what he did there. I see it. Okay, now the proper width here for... Now going for the meme adjustment. Going for the meme adjustments. Okay. Now needs a long bar. For the left side now. For the width. Soon. One more for the... Maybe went too much for the memes. He goes for dirty Tetris. I mean, it's 50, it's fine. That's the long bar. Tetris for now. Now only 30,000 points here behind Crespo. Crespo's bot theoretically looking worse than Nao's, but Nao's is really high, but he's further away from the transition. Is he really going for a dirty here? Is he going? Okay, he's no longer going for the dirty. That was a bit... That's aggressive what he does, but it kinda apparently works. 18 speed now for him. This is pretty high for 18. This could be the top out, but honestly I feel like he just went for the memes. It's like, yeah, maybe I will use this game to calm down a bit. That could be an option, of course. Yeah, that's the top out for now. And the first part for Crespo. It's now 2-1. As I said, it's anyone's game. So one could argue that now only lost because he went for memes, but I disagree. It was, yeah. You ready? Perfect. So let's start the match point again in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Let's see how many meme adjustments we see by now this time. I hope not too many, because I'm pretty sure that lost him the game. Already an 800 point lead here for Crespo, who has played a single mare and is pushing down, so the lead comes completely from that. Next set is here for Crespo, next set is here for now. Only 49, 800 points between them. And it's a level 18 start, not like earlier we saw the level 15 start. Crespo has 2 small holes on his tech, is pretty high, needs to burn out of this. Gets the longbow, he doesn't get longbow over to the left side. That's the top out for Crespo. And now advances to the round of 12. We and 3-1. So this was the last match of the day. We now have the current bracket. So as we can see, next up tomorrow we have the top 12 and top 8. You can see in the top 12 and top 8 all remaining players. We started with 28 and are only left with 12. Them being Obedex, Robin, Mark, Hyakuro, Fiprox, Shuichi, Gunther, Now, Scooty, Macy, Bergtroll, and then V. You should have heard of most of them before, and in case you haven't, then tomorrow is a perfect time to check them out, because I saw them qualify, and I have to say, they played pretty well. Also, we saw the matches that were played earlier, and including everyone who is now out. The matches before that being Robin against Tony, Hyakuro against Eagle, Shuichi against Arden, Now against Crespo, Richard against Tony, Eagle against Pianov, Purex against Arden, Cantor against Crespo, Tony against Speed Self, Cyril against Pianov, Toyster against Arden, Crespo against Axodo, Torch against Speed Self, Pianov against Sadro, Arden against Marman, Axodo against Larry. So, thanks to everyone who has played so far. Thanks to everyone who has helped make the tournament happen. And I'm really looking forward to see the final part of the bracket tomorrow, which is, as I said, the top 12 onwards. We are planned to start at 10 AM local time, which is 8 AM UTC, which also is about 2 AM East Coast and I think 11 PM West Coast in the United States. So check out what time it is in for your zone, and be prepared to watch some really nice Tetris of high-level players like, for example, Scooty, Denvi, Mark, and so on. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time, 8 a.m. UTC.